Hola. Partimos en unos minutos. Muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Culturales para el plurilingüismo en perspectiva comparada. Para comenzar esta mañana, contamos con la presencia de la artista, activista, educadora y comunicadora Dayara Jori Figueroa Sampaio, quien viene desde Brasil para presentar su clase magistral sobre la descolonización del arte, lenguas indígenas, activismo y arte contemporáneo. Bienvenida, Dayara. Le invitamos a subir al escenario.
Para pasar los slides. Bueno, yo voy a comenzar. Buenos días.
Good morning. I'm going to take these chairs out.
Yugu Duhigo Ramini Ahun Siro Paramera Yepa Masano Mio Anuti Wakanti Mi nombre es Dayara. Mi nombre
My name is Dayara, and my traditional name is Tuhiko. In my language, I'm from the Yepa Masan people, known as Tucan. We live in the Rio Negro, in the Black River, in the Amazon, near Venezuela, the border with Venezuela.
Y estoy aquí para hablar un poco sobre
And I'm here to talk about the decolonization of art, indigenous languages, activism, and contemporary art. I'm an artist, I'm an activist, born in the indigenous community in Brazil. I have a Master in Human Rights to honor the history of indigenous peoples, and I'm also a curator. The launch of the Decade of Indigenous Languages in Brazil was launched last month. It's called Niepora. It was very interesting and exciting to hear you speak Guarani yesterday. Niepora is a language, a word in Guarani, which is the language of the indigenous peoples that live in Sao Paulo even, but they have their Guarani villages. The first presentation at the Museum of Portuguese Languages, museum dedicated to the Portuguese language. They invited me to this presentation, and when I tried to write in WhatsApp, the autocorrect kicked in, and it is a relationship of danger with colonization. And I want to share a little with you.
Kapikuya Wayomeri 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 Kapikuya Nyawaya Nyawaya Marika Nyawaya Nyawaya Wayomere 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 Kapikuya Wayomere 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 Kapikuya Nyawaya Nyawaya Marika Nyawaya Nyawaya Wayomere 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 Kapikuya Wayomere 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 Kapikuya Este canto es un canto de guerra.
This is a war chant, a war song asking for the cleanliness of water, sung by my grandfather to my father, passed on to me and to the new generations. We do this as part of a struggle that has gone on for centuries. And this video shows the story of the formation of Brazil because the schools don't tell the countless episodes of genocide of the indigenous peoples in our continent and in each of our countries. They're not given a name. What is told is a story of discovery, not of invasion. So we form part of a new generation. We are the sons and daughters of those who fought in the 70s, 80s, 90s for the construction of our rights in our countries. And this is the case of Brazil, as is the case of other countries in our continent. This is a continent with many songs, with many names, with so many peoples and memories. And to speak of indigenous languages, we need to take into account that each people is one and ancient. We always hear about the Greeks and the Romans. That's what you learn in school. And it is as ancient as them. So I would like to show you the current situation in Brazil. And In the first map on the left, we have the different languages spoken, the ones recognized by the Brazilian state, especially in the legal Amazon. They're the greater groups. And when you look at population in the last census 10 years or 12 years ago, you see that there is around 40% of the population that is found outside of those recognized territories, and they don't have a right to have access to their land. As was mentioned yesterday, to preserve a language, to keep a language, a culture, a story, a cosmovision alive, we need to have the right to our land, our territory. This territory, which has so many songs and so many names, can be called Indorama, Aviala, Turtle Island, and this map was part of some research done for the presentation that shows the original linguistic families from the South Pole to the North Pole, to show and provoke a little with our vision of the planet, our vision of the world, with a different cartography, because this map is real, it exists. These are our linguistic territories. Each family has many peoples, many names, and I know that here it's a little small. We asked our friends to print the maps out, so there's one here and one at the door, near the door. There were tons of works and research done, because sometimes it's difficult to hold dialogue or to connect, and we lacked a continental vision that would connect our struggles. And this idea of interculturality. And there's this art as well. We are a people that comes from the Pamuri Kusu. The serpent, the canoe serpent of transformation. We came navigating on this boa. We came through the ice and then continued to the coastline, to Tamaripati. Diapati, which is the Guanabara Bay, and then we found the great river of mother's milk, which is the Amazon. Through it, we went to Ecuador, Colombia, and we returned and stayed in the higher Rio Negro, where we live now. There's many paths, many stories that are read through our cosmovision, through these ancient stories. All these places have indigenous names. In Brazil, there's many towns with these names. This map is not really a defined map because we are not sedentary. There are some lands where many languages are spoken. So I brought this map as a gift and as an invitation so that we can further develop this. There certainly is a lot of information still missing on it. We see the condor, the eagle, the royal falcon and the
no ven, ¿no? Entonces son estos mensajeros, inclusive,
and the hummingbird. And they help us speak our own languages. They're for our peoples. The continuation of our peoples will be with youth, through plants and animals, and all those who came before us, our teachers, our older brothers and sisters, our parents, our grandparents, who teach us in the jungle. So there were 4 rooms in this presentation, this expo. The first one was the jungle with the songs of the birds that own these skies and the jungle. I don't. It's the guacamayas, and we also call them in Portuguese japó or mãe da lua, that sings like this, and the hummingbirds, purangas, all those birds that are masters of songs, and they mark every territory, every jungle, every forest that we live in. For me, a forest is not a biomass, it is the spirit of where we live. Each forest has its personality, and these birds represent the linguistic families in Brazil, and it's important for our cultures. Samaúma, the ceibo, which is the largest tree in the forest, and the tupi, they would be left fighting, but it was difficult to find the tree that would represent us. And there is a series of words here that represent the rivers with their characteristics. And when you come to the city and you ask a child to draw a tree, they make a little stick with some cotton on top, and they don't know the difference between trees. But if you ask an indigenous child to draw a tree, they will ask which one. So here, for example, we have the pachua that represents the Tucano linguistic family, is that palm tree that walks through the forest. It has roots that walk and search for moisture, and they can slowly reach out kilometers away. Here is the exposition plan. Here are the trees and the river that passes through the space, and it is circular. Our thought is not square. So this is very important to us. We have a very important leader in Brazil from the Capomaui people, David, and he wrote the book, The Falling of the Skies, and he wrote about the square societies, and he talked about how difficult it is to think outside the box. And this river speaks of the memories and stories of so many peoples, and it will tell those stories because we are contemporary, but we are still accompanied by our grandparents, our forefathers, and the spirits of our territory. And that is what we wish to do, to continue passing this knowledge on, to continue this struggle. This is the second room where there is a historic path. It's a challenge. We tried to put 500 years in a hallway. It was a huge challenge. And one of the questions was, okay, so who is going to tell this story? So here are the drawings of the trees, interactive and pedagogical materials, speaking also of the languages. But who's going to tell our story? From our perspective, Brazil was discovered in 1500, that's what they say, and Pedro Álvares Cabral, this Portuguese man, came. And many people think that the history of Brazil begins in 1500 or 1490 something. But there's nothing really before. But what happens is that we have the witnesses of this story, what is left with our ancestors. For example, this vase from the Majoara. It is one of the more ancient and beautiful pieces of the Brazilian collections, and it brings a reflection with it, working with all this in this museum space is a challenge because museum spaces, as well as universities, are full of vices. There are vices and traps, so to speak. They are minefields.
So let's recall the person, the dear loved one, maybe the grandmother, elder, community leader, was actually buried in this urn, a shaman, a mother, father, what have you. This person was so loved that when this person passed away, the people gathered round to build this urn, this ceramic urn, paint it decoratively, and they were putting this person back into the womb. So this urn is shaped like a womb, so the one person can go back to Mother Nature. So life, death. It's not square, it's not limited, it's free-flowing back and forth. And so we have these sacred places, our petroglyphs, our paintings. These do not represent death, but rather life. These are powerful images. This is where we gather our learnings, and this is where we tell the story of what was and what is our creation. So here we have a picture from Pablo de Sano, a photographer, and it talks about Amani-Masan, which is the people of change. And this is what we use to refer to the transformative powers of nature. And this is an example of archaeological remains together with contemporary indigenous art. Here we have another piece of art by Jaume Gebel, a dear friend who has left us a few years back. And this is part of a collection called Letter to the Old World. And it's a book, a compilation. It says, violence is a long cycle. Old orders continue to reign, and they have finally reached the oldest virgin forests of the world. Indigenous extermination in Brazil. So we are immersed in a struggle. It took me 2 years to learn this term. It's an epistemological struggle. It's a struggle related to how to understand one's history, one's life history. It's philosophical. Why are we here and what are we doing here? The meaning of life. What are we doing here? What have we done that we are at this point where we are witnessing the 6th largest extermination? Trash is overwhelming us, and we know that the indigenous territories preserve and conserve such a natural biodiversity wealth. So we tend to lose that from sight. Here you have an example of these small little niches that talk a bit about the relationship between the cross and rubber. Now, rubber actually marks a key milestone in genocide in Peru, Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela, where rubber was the #1 commodity of the world. And where this is where people would roll cigars using dollars, and where the indigenous people were subject to slavery. And the indigenous were considered to be a problem, quote unquote, and where they set up these religious acts in the middle of the jungle where 3 to 4-year-old children were stolen from their homes, or one could say stolen, and taught to speak Portuguese and Spanish and basically become Brazilians or Colombians or what have you. And they were civilized. We had to civilize the people. That's what my father and grandfather grandfather went through. My father really struggled a great deal so that I wouldn't have to go through that experience, because all the crimes conducted by the Brazilian state and the Catholic Church in Rio Negro in the Black River region were horrific, and those stories are not really taught. My father wanted me to not have to experience that. And there's a great deal of talk about this in Canada. I know it happened around the world, not just in the Americas. And so here we have some pictures, some photographs that talk a bit about that. You can also see that we have another photograph here. Actually, it's a textile called The Redemption, where you have a jaguar attacking the priest. I apologize to those of you who are Catholic, but this is very, very poignant. For example, every time there was a text that said, every time I speak the world, the language of angels, or the wealthy, or those who believe, if that's one thing, but if I do not espouse love, I don't know anything. So here you have a part of a church, and you have some fire water, a Bible, an indigenous language, and other artifacts. And it's just to show a bit about what was going on back then. There are other older objects that are in here, and I, as the first curator, Tucano curator, I took advantage of this moment to bring other objects from my village, and you have an example here. This is our WhatsApp, right? When you would play the drums, you could hear the rhythm, the vibration for kilometers, and that was the message. That was the WhatsApp. Hey, group WhatsApp. We're gonna have a party. Please bring some fish. We're going to be dancing. My son wants to marry your daughter. Boom, boom, boom. That's the way it was. So that was our way of communicating. And I just wanted to show this glass case full of the instruments used by the shamans. Ethnographically speaking, these objects tend to be separated. You have the ceramics on the one side, the stones and the wood artifacts on another side. But what museum experts don't understand is that these objects all were all part of one, and they were complementary. And so we decided to organize this event in keeping with our cosmovision, and so that my people can actually see these objects. You cannot find these any longer in our territories, because our ceremonies, our names, our languages, they were all prohibited, and so these objects were prohibited as well. And anyhow, we had to conduct some studies to understand what was available and what was available in the museum world. And so we were digging through like artifact miners to figure out what was still left behind. And we had to recover a great deal. But it's not just recovering an object, but rather what that object represents, the spirit, the essence that it holds, so that we could link this to our own customs and practices. So we talked about our history, and then the third room, the third hall, is about contemporary life. And this is a video that shows an example of the free land camp near Brasilia. This is our largest national encounter, where more than 4,000 to 5,000 indigenous leaders meet, and we sing together, we have ceremonies together, we march together, and we are demanding our rights be respected, and we do this in front of the National Congress, in front of state agencies, etc. And this is yet another drawing that I did during this curatorship. This is the history of what we call, it's a mix of words between cobra and colonization, so the cobranization. And you can read that. There's some interesting words here: colonization, power, control, domination, monoculture, slavery, fear, theft, racism, bureaucracy, genocide, etc., invasion. And on the other side, we have writings in a different way. We have our own way of writing things. Our language, our text is part of our skin. It's part of the way we look at each other and sing. And we have to learn how to be literate in a different language. Indigenous languages are different. Anyhow, here we have a series of other images, indigenous images. Part of our front line, we have images from our authors, our musicians, our researchers, students, teachers, cinematographers. We're all telling our story. Here we have the Patacho people and this very large image that shows jaguars and many birds, a huge river which is represented by the snake. This is to protect the work that is carrying out. Then we have a photograph by Gliseli Tupanagang, who's a spiritual artist and leader, and she's bringing back this cape, this Tupangang cape. This is one of the most ancient artifacts that was taken from Brazil to the European countries, and we don't have any of this left in Brazil, so we're trying to get all of this back, and it's linkage again. The fourth hall is dedicated to the elders. We know that our languages have their own spirit, and sometimes people think about the old Indian, the old shaman, but these people have names, they have families, they have children, and so it's important to pay homage to our elders. They have transferred all of their language, their songs, their spirits to their grandchildren for years. For example, some of the elders have passed away at 105, or recently another elder passed away from COVID. And so they really are those who contain the history of our people. And it's important to show the people behind these vestiges, one could say. And here you have this snake river that climbs up the wall into the sky and then comes back down in the form of rain, but rain of not water, but of words. Anyhow, here we have another example of a message saying that languages do not die, they just sleep and they dream, and they speak to us in our dreams, through our dreams, because languages have their own spirit, their own essence.
So, what can we do with art? I'm going to show you some other work of mine. This is a painting on a building in Belo Horizonte, which is the capital of the state of Minas Gerais. It is a 15-story building with a huge painting. It's actually the largest painting in the state by an indigenous artist, and I didn't even know when I was painting, but that's what happens. Actually, the largest in Latin America, and it's called Mother Forest, or Forest Mother of the River Child. In the state, there is a river called the Rio Dulce, and it was destroyed. A dam, a tailings dam was destroyed, and the river was destroyed all the way to the ocean. And this river was the grandfather for the indigenous people. And when they invited me to this state, which is called Minas in general, because there's a lot of mining. And we have the Kanak people, the Shakriabá people, the clothes are from the Patasho people, and this woman's figure, and the child is the river. I was thinking about my grandfather's childhood. When we are born close to the river, our childhood is in the water. You play and you jump in the water. So thinking of a child river, where is the river born? All rivers are born in the forest. So sharing this love with the people in the city, with this emotion, is a very important part of transferring or sharing this cosmovision. It's very difficult to translate indigenous languages to Western thought. There are concepts that cannot be translated, and we can speak English, Spanish, French, Portuguese. And the others need to learn how to think in these languages, to understand the difference between some words. For us, in our language, there is no word for art. The Western concept of art doesn't exist. I think the closest thing would be Hori. And Hori is this vision of ayahuasca, of that ceremony of dreams, of those, the thing that you see but you don't really see, that mystical view. But it's much more than simply a spiritual or mystical thing. There's this whole science around how to read and how to allow yourself to be read by this vision. This is another building in São Paulo, and the cloak is a cloak I made for the biennial meeting in São Paulo. And they are Tupinambá cloaks, but it is called the mirror of life. You know those convex mirrors where you see yourself very tiny? Because the world around us is too large, and we need to learn how to see ourselves in our true size. So it is the world around that we see that comes back to us. These are some of our other works. Some may be presented here in Santiago from the biennial. I think it's a little far, so unfortunately I can't go. But these are 4 different works: the Royal Hawk and Macau. And these are textiles with feathers. They're either Chinese ducks. The Chinese probably ate them, because I'm not going to take the feathers of the macaws from the forest. But it speaks of the feathers and cloaks and textiles of our people and the designs. Something really interesting happened at the biennial, because there were many Quechua visitors, and the Quechua community went with their shaman to pray before this chacana, and they said, "Oh, we are here, and we are here." This is one of the last paintings I made before coming here. This is 26 meters wide, 16 meters tall. It's Daneco Benawa. It talks about the falling of the sky, that the sky can fall. It actually fell already. It fell several times. This world ended several times. It ended with huge floods, with fire. It's not the first time we're seeing the end of the world. But what really matters is how we are going to survive and experience this stage, because this stage can recall the other ends of the world, and it maintains its resilience so that we can move on to the next stage. So we need to learn to hold the sky up, to hold the sky with our thought, with the way we speak, with this deep understanding of our cosmovision, of our Kihti. Yesterday, I don't know how much time I have, because when you talk to indigenous peoples, time doesn't exist for us, so please let me know. And I don't know how to work with papers, so it's very different for us. We were talking yesterday about thought. For us, thought, thinking, is interesting. There is a word in Pano language called Shina, and Shina is a thought that vibrates. For example, the shaman, the great thinker, is a specialist in thought. Their thought is so sharp that he could do surgeries. He could perform surgeries with his words. This is a thought that deeply touches and transforms. It can sow not just ideas, it sows emotions, transformations within every person who listens. So this is what we are calling decolonization. What is it really that we're calling deconstruction, this social dialogue process for reconstruction, to live well? That is the secret, to learn how to think. What is it to think well, to think with the heart? I don't know about humanity. Sometimes mankind lacks that. We need to learn how to think like the trees, to think like the rivers, to take care of our health, and to take care of ourselves against this poison, because there is a lot of garbage in the world. Even our thoughts are polluted, but we still have this interest in cleansing ourselves. So this is what I learned from my parents, my grandparents. There are many paths, and for me, politics are not interesting. I find them very awful. But what I found is art, and through art, bringing these stories to the city, to bring them to institutions, educational centers, universities, to dialogue with people, so we can share this beauty, the beauty that we're trying to defend. This struggle is not about suffering, of the violence that we've been victims of for centuries. What motivates us and makes us more resistant as indigenous peoples is love. Thank you.
Agradecemos a Dayara Jori por esta interesante presentación sobre descolonización del arte, lenguas indígenas y activismo. Y ahora pasamos al tercer panel de este seminario, que cuenta.
We will now go on to the third panel. There are guests from different countries in the region. They will be sharing their experiences, intercultural experiences on indigenous languages. We have Adriana Bolano, Vice Minister of National Heritage from Colombia, the Ministry of Population in Colombia. We also have Ixel Hernandez, head of the International Affairs Department from the National Institute of Indigenous Languages from the Culture Secretariat in Mexico, and Alberto Esquit, president of the Mayan Language Academy of Guatemala. We would also like to invite Daniela Barzua, Ministry of Cultures, Arts, and Heritage, who will be moderating this panel.
¿Se escucha? Apasá, Cuosá, Kamisaraki, Imainaya, Sensak, Yorana, Marimari Compuche, Inte Daniela Barzúa Piñén, Inte Oculen, Subdirección Nacional de Pueblos Originarios, Ministerio de las Culturas, las Artes.
My name is Gilela. I work in Santiago for the... Let's repeat now that she's speaking in Spanish. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I just wanted to say hi to you and greet you in the languages that are spoken in Chile today, Rapa Nui, Mapuche, Mapudungun. I work at the Office for Indigenous Peoples, but I'm originally from Viña del Mar, from the hills in Viña del Mar. And I just wanted to point that out because from the government offices we can make a contribution to the original indigenous languages. It's difficult, but we can. Anyhow, today I would like to introduce you to the panelists present here today. We will begin
del señor Alberto
with a presentation by Alberto Esquistoy, who's the president of the Higher Council of Mayan Languages from Guatemala. He's a national representative for the Ibero-American Institute Initiative. He has a degree in linguistics, a PhD in anthropology by the Vid University. And he has a great deal of experience in research and publishing texts on the culture and Mayan language. He has also led and participated in several different Mayan shows and has trained individuals to work with language policies in the Cachiquel region and nationally.
Sekerchi Onogel, Yikikotre Igre Kamolonki, Niarutihor, Nika Paruyo, Tihon Paruri Kachabur, Paruri Kakasling, Paruri Ronogel in Asapaka Gaslin, Ding Nubing Alberto Esquitchoy in Nichabek Kachikel, Incamor Bechin, the Academy was Mayas, Kurbil Tweet Bashil. Chila Ishimuleu. Bueno, es un gusto estar con ustedes, de verdad, en esta oportunidad de compartir con ustedes la experiencia de la Academia de Lenguas
Pleasure to share with you the experience of the Guatemalan Mayan culture and language. I am the president of the Superior Mayan Council in Guatemala. And it's a pleasure, as I said, to be here with you to talk about the experience of academics in Guatemala. Now, our council was founded in 1990. This was an initiative spearheaded by Mayan leaders. And it was approved by the National Congress in 1990, but the initiative, the desire and the idea to have this Mayan institute dates far back. In 1984, we had the second National Guatemalan Linguistic Conference, and that's when the initiative, the formal initiative, was born to found this National Mayan Academy. We do not have any standardized alphabet. And in 1984, the second Congress, there was a standardization of the Mayan alphabets. And back then, that is actually the origin of this academy. We can also say that the training of Mayan linguists was very important as a precursor for creating the academy. Members of academia, linguists, intellectuals were from the United States and from Canada came to Guatemala to conduct these linguistic studies, and that's when the Mayan academic members were trained, and that took place in the 70s, and by the 80s we had a good number of Mayan linguists. Perhaps we could follow the order of the presentation. I don't know who's in charge of the PowerPoint. Maybe we could move on to the next slide, please.
Bueno, no sé, articulación del trabajo de las comunidades indígenas con las instituciones estatales. La organización funcional de la Academia de Lenguas Mayas. La Academia de Lenguas Mayas es una institución, después de su formal
Now, the Academy was formally adopted by the Congress back in 1990, as I mentioned, in keeping with a Decree 6590, and it became an independent institution. In other words, it is managed by the actual Mayans and Mayan speakers, although financially it is funded by the state for its operational aspects, and it has a state budget for operational aspects. Now, here you have the law, and Article 3 defines the Academy as an independent organization.
En el artículo 3, ámbito de su autonomía, la Academia de las Lenguas Mayas de Guatemala es
The Guatemalan Mayan Language Academy is the highest authority for promoting and developing Mayan languages nationwide. And as such, it can assign its own authorities and, through said authorities, manage its own interests and issue regulations, resolutions, agreements, and other provisions relative to the matters under its purview. This is how we exercise our own autonomy. And according to Article 6 of this same law, it says the organization, the Guatemalan Mayan Language Academy, is organized as such. You have the Superior Council, the Higher Council, the Board, the various Mayan language community subboards. So we have a higher council, and 24 individuals sit on this council because there are 22 Mayan languages in each. These are organized according to linguistic communities, and each linguistic community has its own board, and the president of these individual boards sit on the higher council.
De esta manera, esa es la parte, digamos, organizativa, de ahí la organización y funcionamiento de la comunidad.
And then there is mention of how the linguistic communities operate and are organized. And then Article 7 of the same decree says as follows: integration. The higher council is the highest authority of the Guatemalan Mayan language communities, linguistic communities, and will consist of 22 representatives of the Mayan linguistic communities, representing each Mayan linguistic communities. And then the communities are listed. There's a list of the Mayan languages. He's just listing them off.
El Chortí, el Chuj, el Itzá, el Ixil, el Jacalteco, el Cachiquel, el Quiché, Mam, Mopán, Pocomam, Pocomchi, Anjopal, Ekchi, Zacapulteco, Zipacapense, Tectiquiteco, Tzutujil, Uspanteco y Chalchiteco. Esos son los 22 idiomas y comunidades.
Those are the 22 Mayan languages and linguistic communities in existence today. And then Article 23 of this same law that officially sets up the Academy says integration and management. Each linguistic community, each Mayan-speaking community of those identified under Article 7 of the same law, in order to be considered as such, should have at least 50 members, 7 of which will hold
ocuparán en la junta directiva
positions
los
on
cargos
the
de
higher
presidente,
council. They will be
vicepresidente,
president,
secretario,
vice
tesorero
president,
y
secretary,
vocales
treasury, and representatives.
del primero al tercero.
First,
De esa
second, and
manera
third
se conforma,
representatives.
cada
That
comunidad
is
lingüística se
how each
conforma.
linguistic
Tiene una junta
community is
directiva
actually
compuesta
set
por
up,
7 miembros.
and then you have a
Inscritos
7-member
miembros de las
council
comunidades
of
lingüísticas
each
organizadas.
community.
No sé cómo se maneja esto. Bueno, ahí está. Principales dificultades. Hay algo, vamos a ver, esto yo creo que... Este es uno de los temas realmente que...
This is one of the topics. When I presented it to the council, well, there's a series of doubts. We talk about the difficulties, and it is difficult to achieve an understanding of Mayan language. And why? Why is it so difficult to analyze these?
¿Dificultades para quién?
Difficulty in what?
¿Nuestras como mayablantes, como academia, o son dificultades para
Or
el
is
país?
it difficulty as a country?
Es una situación difícil de manejar porque de alguna manera estamos llenos de dificultades.
We are full of difficulties.
Cuando uno visualiza por qué
in our language. If we analyze why, despite the fact that we are working, we're active, and we have objectives, and we have a vision of Mayan languages, but Mayan languages, like any other indigenous language, is threatened and at risk. What is it that does not allow developing those languages or those objectives?
Entonces, dentro de esto, pues, cuando se habla de esto, es como presentarse como
when we talked about this, we decided, we thought it was like introducing ourselves as weak. And it was difficult. We were thinking, how do you manage this situation? And yesterday we heard in several presentations, we heard about these difficulties, and part of this has to do with attitude, and it is what we call this linguistic ideology and linguistic culture, this ideology of how we see indigenous languages, how we see Mayan languages in the context of Guatemala, for example. Sometimes I offered conferences and I carried out this exercise of speaking in Mayan and then in Spanish. There is a lot of prejudice and stereotypes and exclusion and racism. And you come to a point where someone speaks in their own language and they create these defense mechanisms, say how not to accept these Mayan languages in public and official situations or spaces. In Guatemala, we have this prejudice. And, why do they ask, why do we keep speaking this language? They are old languages. Why do you keep speaking it? Why do you keep talking about this? Why? And all these preconceived ideas don't allow us to move forward in this development of languages. So, When you change your attitude and there's a more positive way of thinking and someone hears the language, when you speak in Mayan and Cachiquel, in my case, other forms of thought appear, and some people say it's interesting. How can I learn this? A more positive attitude.
Que casi en todos nuestros países tenemos estas prácticas o tenemos estas preconcepciones.
In our countries, we have these prejudices that don't let us move forward.
En sociedades donde todavía el racismo, la discriminación, las exclusiones son una práctica cotidiana, hay que cambiar.
It's important to change these attitudes.
Tenemos que tener una visión más positiva hacia los idiomas mayas.
We have to have a more positive attitude towards Mayan language.
Los otros que no son los nuestros. Claro, desde el punto de vista también maya.
From the Mayan perspective, this mechanism of resistance, this defense mechanism, many are transmitting language by these situations that have been experienced. Parents are not necessarily transferring languages to their children, and that is the main threat that we have in our societies.
Hay una práctica de un monolingüismo en idioma maya a un monolingüismo.
So there's a practice of monolingualism in Mayan. There is no attitude of adding one to the other in Guatemala. And it's not always about money or material things. It's ideological, linguistic. We were also talking about good intentions. In our countries, we hear a lot about good intentions in terms of languages. Good intentions don't always have the best results.
Hay necesidad de que se dé un compromiso de país, compromiso de Estado, compromiso de gobierno para que de verdad.
There needs to be a commitment from the state so that we can move forward with Mayan languages. If there's no intentions, in 10 years we will end up saying, oh, we could have done something or we did something, but it wasn't what we should have done.
Si hay un compromiso de país, hay un compromiso con las políticas lingüísticas, con el desarrollo de los idiomas, yo creo que después de los 10 años vamos a tener resultados muy positivos y vamos a ver
everyone's commitment, we will have positive results and we will revive these Mayan languages. We have been working and moving forward in many aspects. We have overcome these, and it has been standardized. There are variations, and that makes it difficult to move forward. And standardization. So there have been efforts to create or support new languages or to just support them. There are interests, political interests, other interests, and I think in our countries these issues will appear, these dialects. And there may be different variations. The necessary courses for linguistic efforts, and there needs to be discourses and necessary conditions. Part of our difficulties have to do with the lack of training for indigenous peoples. We don't have adequate training for translators, and the academy has, the Mayan Language Academy has trained its interpreters. We also don't have any training for Mayan languages. We have bilingual teachers, but we don't have training for teachers of Mayan language. That is why we need to train professors especially trained to teach Mayan language. We don't have that.
In América Latina,
And I think in Latin America, that is in the countries represented here, we do not have that exactly. But I'm sure there are some experiences out there that we could share so that we could work together and have enough human resources. In academia, often we do not find the right profile of professionals, and it takes a while to train these people and have the human resources we need to meet our needs.
sí. Los principales logros en la implementación.
What are the main achievements with regard to implementing intercultural policies for plurilingualism? Well, the Mayan Language Academy has headquarters, an administrative center, and as I mentioned, the government provides funds. And we have our headquarters in Guatemala City. Where we manage the resources available to us. We also have a linguistics and communications department where those employees design and plan our activities. And as I mentioned, this is a state agency, but independent at the same time, because we're funded by the state, but we have a higher council that defines our policies. We are a hybrid organization, one could say.
O tenemos recursos que vienen del Estado. Entonces, hay una sede central en la ciudad de Guatemala. Hay 22 comunidades lingüísticas.
We have 22 linguistic communities as well, with their own individual headquarters. All the 22 Mayan languages are spoken throughout Guatemala, and each of these linguistic communities has its headquarters where the technicians work. Quechquén, for example, which is located in Tecpac, Guatemala. Their headquarters are there. And we have a translator, we have 2 researchers, 5 facilitators for teaching Mayan languages, and the administrative office. that is in charge of managing these state allocated funds. And there's a team of individuals as well. So this is replicated in all the 22 linguistic communities. We have grammar, we have dictionaries in most of the Mayan languages, and that is very useful for teaching these languages, for the teachers or facilitators and for the translators as well. Over the last 10 years, we have seen that we have gathered or developed greater access to justice in Mayan languages. Now, the courts and prosecutor's office, they have interpreters available. The academy does not provide translated or interpreting services or translation services, but the courts have that. In the past, they didn't. But now we do. We have made some progress. We still need to do more, but we have made some progress. The fact that the state, the government, the judicial system provides services in Mayan languages and translation and interpreting services is progress. We have a national language law as well. But they're still based on good intentions. There's not a great deal of enforcement involved. See to the extent to which this law is being applied. So we have more to do there. There's still more to do to make sure that these languages are being used properly. I think with that I'm wrapping up. There are many challenges that lie ahead for us as the Academy, but I think the 30 years of experience have truly empowered us, and the fact that we have Mayan linguists has also made it possible for us to have an academy. And having human resources, albeit minor in quantity, have allowed us to provide greater access. During the violence that we experienced in the 80s, the state was very closed-minded, and I think throughout democracy through democracy we have had progress as a country, and I think we have made progress as a society. We need to do much more. We need to change attitudes, paradigms, take on commitments, and it's important for this to be developed in Guatemala. Thank you.
Agradecemos entonces la presentación. Al finalizar,
Thank you for your presentation. Maybe we'll have some time for questions and answers. But now I would like to introduce you to Ixtel from Mexico City. She is specialized in cultural policies in UAM de Iztapalapa. She is the head of the International Affairs Department from the National Institute of Indigenous Languages, and she has been involved in other projects, operational coordination of the National Indigenous Language Fair. She has also worked with the Popular Indigenous and Urban Cultural Organization that has done a great deal, including trying to safeguard national indigenous music. She researches cultural, musical, cultural policies, policy development, and heritage activities, as well as a variety of different linguistic, cultural projects. Thank you.
Muy buenos días a todos, a todas. Muchas gracias al Ministerio de Cultura por la invitación, a los colegas.
Thank you to the Ministry of Culture for inviting me to take part in this seminar on behalf of the Director of the National Institute of Indigenous Languages in Mexico. I would like to thank you for inviting me to be here today. I have some ideas to share with you today.
Bueno, mientras tanto empezaremos.
Let me begin. Mexico, perhaps, is one of the most complex countries in terms of indigenous languages. We will look at a map in one moment. But we have 11 recognized linguistic families that have been recognized through the Indigenous Language Catalog, which was drawn up in 2008. It needs to be updated, and we're working on that. And that catalog refers to the 11 linguistic families, 78 groupings, and 374 variants. We are working on updating this, as I mentioned. And this process has taken into consideration 2 additional languages that were previously considered dead. Here you can see the map, which was carried out with the Digital Culture Center. It's a joint endeavor. You have an interactive map where you can locate the different languages by family, groupings, and in some cases, variety. It's quite interactive, as I mentioned. In recent years, 2 additional languages, as I already mentioned, that were previously considered dead have been recognized.
El Instituto Nacional de Lenguas Indígenas
Now, the National Indigenous Language Institute was created in 2005 as a result of the National Indigenous Language Law, and it is in charge of public policy related to linguistic rights. Here I would like to mention that although we are empowered to provide consultancy services for the 3 government levels of federal, state, and municipal level, we are also very much focused on drafting policy for individuals who do not speak indigenous languages, but who actually still need to be aware of these for respecting the rights of indigenous language speakers. Here you have the text. We, as I mentioned, the Institute was created in 2005 following a reform in 1994. The most important reform was recognizing under Article 2 of the Constitution the fact that Mexico is a pluricultural and multilingual nation. And then the linguistic rights law was drafted. And one of the missions of INALI, the National Institute, is to bring about this process of change, to go from a monolingual state, a monocultural state, to a plural or multilingual state and culture, and to recognize the linguistic variety. And it's not just linguistic, but it's cultural variety that is tangible everywhere throughout the nation. And in this regard, there are many other objectives that the Institute focuses on, for example, promoting the strengthening, preservation, and development of indigenous languages spoken nationwide, and other objectives, for example, along the southern and northern borders. There are other languages that are considered to be binational. For example, Guatemala, Belize, where these languages are spoken as well. And they're slightly different in Mexico. Many of these languages are considered to be endangered because the number of people who speak these languages are actually living in Guatemala, or in some cases in the north, in Arizona and California primarily, where the Jumanas languages are spoken, but they are really truly endangered. We have 61 languages in Mexico, 31 are considered endangered. The rest, 37, are threatened. This does not mean that, even though they're considered to be threatened, it doesn't mean that they will soon be endangered. And there are other languages such as the Nahuatl, Maybec, which are the most widely spoken ones, and Mixteco, which in some cases we see that new speakers are emerging, and this is being documented not by way of censuses, but by practice, through practice. Some of the actual speakers have recognized that in some of these communities, new speakers are emerging and evolving. Now, Nahuatl is a language that is present in 16 states throughout Mexico, but there are certain regions where it is significantly threatened. Moreover, one of the issues that the Institute focuses on is fostering programs, projects, and actions to grow and to build greater knowledge with regard to the indigenous languages and cultures nationally, and to expand the social realm of which these languages are used, and to foster access to their knowledge. The federal government has recognized that services need to be provided in the various indigenous languages throughout the country.
Although this is not necessarily something that we are complying with. On the other hand, we're thinking, or actually some actions are being developed to carry out linguistic, literary, and educational projects. The National Institute has been focusing on education, working with the Secretariat of Education and with the Secretariat of Culture. And with a series of cultural actions, thinking that it's about people, not just education, not just culture, but also people in general. So at the Institute we have the catalog of indigenous women, and it is basically about the variables in each of the languages. We're updating the catalog, also trying to prioritize the self-determination of these communities, how they call themselves and not how we have known them. Our catalog basically has to do with how we call each other. And it's quite complex. There's some languages that have around 81 variations, and they are called differently as well. Another very important thing is we need to create a web platform to store audiovisual material, even though there are many documents with different aspects of life. There is research as well. There's different phrases and materials that allow us to show cultural and linguistic diversity that exists in Mexico. With all the materials I'm showing you that are at your disposal, you can see them on the National Institute of Indigenous Languages website. Something that has been discussed at length has to do with the educational process of bilingual education. And in the Mexican case, in our experience, we've seen it's not possible if you don't have writing standards. This does not regulate the way they speak. It is only to establish a consensus on writing standards, and from there to generate educational material for formal and other the fact that our languages are oral and they have been written in different ways. We have a complexity in the fact that the alphabets we know don't necessarily correspond to the way in which you write indigenous languages, and this poses a huge challenge. We cannot ignore the fact that it's necessary to do so and that we are obliged to work on this. But we don't need to do it by ourselves. The process of generating standards are slow and very complex because it means that we need to generate consensus not only with the different communities that inhabit these territories. There are also a series of migrant communities that have moved to these cities and that keep many of their cultural stories, histories, such as Mixtecos, Unsabi, and they have many immigrants in the north, in Guerrero, Oaxaca, and Puebla. They have migrated throughout the years to the northern border towards Baja California. And there is a large group there, and we have seen that it has generated the Mixteca Academy of Language. It is a migrant community with its own tradition, and the idea is to maintain these standards and linguistic and cultural schemes of culture and language. We have 35 writing standards, 17 are official, and we're working with the rest. It's not the same in all cases. Methodologically speaking, we work in the same way, but it's not easy to replicate one of these schemes as if it were a cooking recipe. And there are many challenges that employ a lot of work, a lot of dialogue, and generating consensus. We are obliged to generate the conditions for these standards to become a reality. Well, something that has been controversial has been the obligation of the state through the law on linguistic rights, where all people have the right to have an interpreter or translator. In the case of Mexico, the National Association of Interpreters and Translators of Indigenous Languages, PANITLI, is one of the mechanisms that we have for this. Through training processes, their competencies are ratified and verified, and there is a registry where interpreters and translators sign up. They work with people in social services, legal, healthcare. So they are not certified by the Institute, but by the Secretariat of Public Information. They are the ones who certify, and they're developing, in collaboration with intercultural universities in Mexico, they're developing these professional interpreters and translators. They've also been working at bachelor level, as well as high schools, so that they may have these competencies. And the PANITLI is an organization that has operated in a very interesting manner. It has around 2,000 interpreters and translators with 139 variants, and we are missing the rest. It's necessary to strengthen this process. It's interesting that, for example, in terms of the legal system, those certified as interpreters or translators are indigenous lawyers. And they have the necessary training in legal matters. One of the actions that we are taking now, within the framework of the beginning of the decade for indigenous languages, has to do with the committees for community linguistics planning. It is similar to what we're trying to do in Mexico through our academy. And they're trying to do this in Mexico, in Guatemala. And the idea is to generate an action plan to address the decade of indigenous languages, although we have a very clear idea of what it will do. The idea is that they generate councils or any system or scheme that will offer best results possible.
En colaboración con instituciones, con academias, con investigadores.
The idea is to work with academia and other groups in order to address this need. This implies a significant challenge because it not only requires human resources, it requires monetary resources, and not only with the infrastructure or
Pero se está trabajando, se han generado a la fecha 12 comités, 12 lenguas.
Others. And the 12 committees are being generated, they're establishing priorities, and it would seem that everyone is working to revitalize these planning communities. So the community is doing it together with different institutions that are offering assistance from the educational sector, from academia, from the culture and academic sectors. And in Mexico, we have the National Institute of Indigenous Peoples, which is also collaborating in this challenge, which has been very interesting. And there was an activity in February 2020, right before the pandemic struck. Was the event for the International Year of Indigenous Languages, where we have the declaration of pines, Chapultepec, and this has been the premise. We have tried to maintain this within INALI. One of the actions that we would like to take is to constantly assess what works, what has been working, and what we should keep and what we shouldn't keep, things that are not working. Maybe in 2, 3, 5, 10 years, we can obtain results, of course, not only results that UNESCO would like to present, but that are interesting for the communities, and that we, from the state, believe are pertinent. One of the practices that has been very successful
alcance internacional es la feria
at a local and international level is the FLIN, the National Indigenous Languages Fair. This began in 2017 with a commemoration of the International Day of Indigenous Peoples on August 9th, and it is a space or activity that in Mexico is very much linked to art and culture. At some point, we thought of taking it to other spaces like the Anthropology Museum, which is where normally the languages and culture are presented, but they decided against it because there is, for example, a music hall. This is where the symphonic orchestra plays. Why not in a place where conferences are held for dialogue between different speakers? And basically the venue became the CENART, the National Center for the Arts, where other most activities have taken place. Some have also taken place in other alternative locations. And the idea is to generate space for academic activities. And with academic, I mean not only historians, but also peer collaboration, researchers. And many of them are indigenous people who speak indigenous languages and have different perspectives. On the other hand, there's been workshops, and one of the more successful ones has been the artistic component with different languages, and a space that is a little strange. There's a concert hall where people danced. During the pandemic, we had the virtual FLIN, and we achieved the participation of 14 countries, and hundreds of people that were able to appreciate these activities. And in 2021 and 2022, we had a mixed system. It began in Mexico City. We actually took it to Tijuana. Tijuana is one of the passes to the U.S., and it has one of the most important migrant populations. And in May, our main challenge was to recognize Tijuana as a multilingual city.
And not just considering the foreign languages, because there's a lot of those, but also considering the language spoken by migrants. And this recognition, the recognition of Tijuana, was aimed at fostering public policy development by local governments to better understand and to recognize this diversity in Tijuana. And it's provided a very interesting opportunity. Canada, for example, was an invited country, and of course we would like to, at some point in time, invite Guatemala, Chile, Brazil, Colombia, or any of the other countries wishing to join this initiative. I think I'm almost done. One of the, and this of course is related to one of the main themes of this forum, how can we as the state draft public cultural policies in countries such as Mexico that are not, and other countries that are not recognizing plural culture. We do have linguistic and cultural diversity, but the discourse in many cases is not showing, or is not expressing this within the institutions. And so this year, we've shown an interesting initiative, and we're trying to ensure that speaking an indigenous language is a benefit for individuals applying to civil servant positions. Of course, there's a series of requirements that one has to meet in order to apply, and we are trying to ensure that if you speak an indigenous language, you will have a benefit. And it's as equal as speaking a foreign language. And that abides by one of the intentions. We, for example, we want to do away with this shame of being indigenous. This is not just our fault. This is historic. There's historic blame. The states have been the primary parties that have made this culture invisible for hundreds of years. For 20, 50 years, we've been working on making indigenous cultures more visible. This year, fortunately, we have the national year, or the International Year of Indigenous Languages. And so some people do this from the arts, such as our colleagues. Some people do this from policies or politics. Other people do this from the cultural corner, and we are doing this from an institutional perspective, and this provides us with an opportunity to have an impact. And I think doing nothing is worse. So that is just one of the issues, recognizing and gradually making sure that this is no longer a cause for feeling embarrassment or shame. We need to go beyond tolerance and move toward respect. Really, truly respect, and not just have respect in terms of our discourse, but in terms of our actions. Now we will have this pavilion of indigenous languages. A variety of different actions are being carried out with regard to this. We will have at this fair, we will have the Indigenous Language Pavilion, we will have our interactive map, we have a speaking landscape that We have this pavilion as well at the International Guadalajara Book Fair, and we will have text in many of the indigenous languages so that you can actually see the differences in the rich content of these indigenous languages in the written text. A lot of people ask if we write, if we have a written text in our indigenous languages, and yes, we do. We sing, we write, we speak. Here we have another example of actions being carried out. This is related to the plurilingual policy. We have a national campaign aimed at disseminating plurilingualism. This consists of various video capsules, video clips, where everything is what's an institutional idea, but the individuals who are doing these video clips are indigenous people speaking indigenous languages, and they decide what they would like to show about their culture, their community, their language, etc. So this is also material that is not made for the speakers of these languages, but it's for those who do not speak their languages and who do not have access to that linguistic and cultural richness. And so 46 video clips have been produced thus far. These are available on the institution's website. The idea is for this information to be shared on national media outlets, on the radio, on the television, and on social media outlets as well, the typical platforms that we're all aware of. These are 3 to 5 minute long video clips. As already mentioned, they're all produced in indigenous language, and there are subtitles in Spanish. Thank you. I just wanted to refer to the challenges. There are many of these. One of these, in fact, is, for example, making sure that we continue to do events such as this one and follow up on what we're doing today. And hopefully this would not just be an event we hold in Chile, but it would be nice to have a platform or some sort of partnership where we can follow up on this activity and then continue in Mexico, Ecuador, what have you, so that we can provide continuity to share experiences and to see what has worked for the others, and then figure out what can be replicated. I would love to have something at our fair, something similar to what they're doing in Brazil. It would be really impressive to have something similar in our museums, not in the anthropology museum, but rather to have another physical space that is our birthright. So thank you.
Agradecemos la presentación.
I would like to thank you for your presentation. I'm sure we have a lot of questions and a lot of interesting opportunities for the future. Now we'll hear from Adriana Molano Arenas, an anthropologist who has specialized in cultural policies and art management. She has worked on implementing public policies as well, participatory ones, social inclusion, working on addressing social fabric for indigenous groups. She is a consultant, she is a professor on public policy as well, and an expert in global programs. She was a coordinator of the cultural heritage group of the Ministry of Culture in Colombia from 2008 to 2015, and the director of a organization aimed at safeguarding material in Latin America, part of UNESCO from 2017 to 2020. At present, she is the director and vice minister of national development of the Colombian Ministry of Culture. Welcome.
Hola, muy buenos días a todos. Primero comenzar con un agradecimiento.
Good morning. I would like to thank the Minister of Culture, Nicolas, the head of cooperation, for this invitation. Unfortunately, given my position, I am unable to join you today, so in person. Speaking after Mexico with regard to linguistic policies will always be a challenge, because clearly they have come up with a public policy that has been in place for many years. However, the experience we have had in Colombia is also quite interesting, we believe, interesting and worth sharing. Our process has significantly emphasized the participation of the communities, effective, real participation, in that the entire plan has been drawn up with them, by them. I will refer to the National Indigenous Language Plan. This has been spearheaded by the Colombian Culture Ministry. First of all, I would like to provide you with a brief description of the regulatory framework, just for some context. Obviously, this is as a result of the 1991 political constitution, where they address where it states that we have a multicultural country, and that's where they refer to the first right of individuals to speak their own language. And then there's another article that that better? Thank you. In 2010, many years after the original initiatives, we were able to submit and approve, adopt Law 1381 from 2010, which is the Colombian Native Language Law. Essentially, it defines different rights for the speakers: the right to health, the right to justice, the right to public administration, to not be discriminated against, to speak their own language in their own territory, and this overall free exercise of rights. Now, in 2012, based on this law, the National Native Language Advisory Council was drawn up. Sitting on this council are university representatives and a variety of different national stakeholders, primarily Colombian indigenous communities, and this is a living map that is constantly changing, but we have roughly 5 large national organizations today that represent the different groups of people. We have delegates from the different groups. There's 3 groups that I will explain a bit later in a minute. And then in with that as a baseline, both the decree and the law, a roadmap was drawn up. This roadmap was launched under the first baseline document for the National Language Plan. This was launched in 2016. Now in Colombia, we have ethnic legislation that includes a variety of different opportunities for participation. We have different groups for the various alternatives for the various groups to participate. In 2019, the panels were formed. The panels say that we need to reach an agreement and have dialogue with all the indigenous peoples, with the Raizales and Palenqueros groups. And this is a 2-year process, of course affected by the pandemic, 2019, 2020, 21. There was a consultative process involving all the different peoples. The content was drawn up, and in 2022, the plan was adopted. The National Native Language, Native Tongue Plan. This is related to the National Language Protection Policy. Just some quick pieces of information to provide you with some context for Colombia and in ethnic terms. According to the last 2018 census, 115 indigenous peoples have been recognized for a total population, I would have to say it's more approximate though, of 1.9 million. And this talks about how there's 4.4% of the entire population is indigenous. Now, out of these 115 indigenous people, 64 are in the Amazon region, where we share the territory with 6 other South American countries. And that's why, well, wait, then we have the Afro-descendant population, where they have their own groups, because we have the Raizal group that lives on an island, and another Palenquero group in San Basilio de Palenque in northern Colombia, and then a whole process was carried out there to define these individuals differently under the census. So we have 64 languages, and it's important to mention that there's an indigenous chapter, very important one, on indigenous languages, but given the different characteristics of the Amazon region, where 51% of the Amazon 51% of the indigenous peoples are found in the Amazon region. So it's a unique chapter. And there's a whole chapter on that. And there's a third chapter on the Creole, or the mixed languages. We have the Rio Palenque and the Creole languages represented there. And then there's another group, the Romanes people, who aren't so large in numbers, but they're very important in terms of diversity, and they have also been represented under our legislation. So there's a specific chapter on those people as well. What are the key components of the 10-year plan? Well, before talking about these, I just wanted to mention there are 3 topics that are very important that you need to understand before describing the 10-year plan. It's an intersectoral plan that entails specific commitments for the Ministry of Education through the education policy, and which also seeks for this 10-year plan to be included in community education plans. And then we have relations with the ministry in charge of communications and technology, and then work with the Colombian well-being and welfare department, which is in charge of the early childhood and policy. Then we have the Caricuerpo Institute, which is a body of the Ministry of Culture in charge of language. So this plan is participatory, involving participation of the 115 communities through their various legal decision-making bodies, and this has also involved participation by the ministries. Now, the plan the Ministry of Labor has also been involved in order to create a code ensure that there's payment related here. The third component that is worth mentioning is there's an agreement process that talks about the need to involve the communities on a daily basis and understanding what language actually means for them. You know that language is one of the key foundations of culture, and that's how most of the cultural traditions are actually conveyed and allows a culture to remain in existence over time. So everything that has been carried out is based on all of these concepts. So in the Colombian Amazon region, the peoples there came up with a methodology, which is what we call the circle of words that refers to the different ethnic differences. We therefore have 6 main components: the protection component, which is related to legal measures, interinstitutional measures. Then we have this language strengthening component or capacity building component, and through the circle of words, we are able to not just foster greater use of the language, but the meaning of the language in the communities. Then we have recognition. Most of our countries still do not recognize this, so there's a lot to do there so that we can better understand the importance of our indigenous peoples and the importance of their languages as a vehicle.
Dentro de estos pueblos indígenas.
So this acknowledgement is both internal and external.
Sabemos que en muchos pueblos se han
We know that many of these peoples have been investigated inside and out, and they have done their own investigation as well. It's necessary to collect all this documentation.
hay un porcentaje alto de lenguas en peligro con diferentes niveles de riesgo.
And there's different levels of risk of extinction. So these are not only protective measures, but also to revitalize languages. And the last axis, one of the most important ones, is reivindication. We all know that indigenous peoples find themselves in a vulnerable situation, and despite the fact that there is an interesting ethnic legislation, it has not been fully complied with for a long time. The government is offering great support to ethnic policies, so this reivindication from the perspective of language is part of the government's new proposal. This plan has 8 different lines with 48 programs and projects for the indigenous chapter.
Pues la vamos a dejar. Aquí lo importante.
What is important here is self-diagnose at a social linguistic level. It has to do with an exercise of their own thought, their territory, their language, their practices. And requires a 10-year planning. There's different lines, one in the urban context, and indigenous communities and different urban contexts that are necessary to revitalize as well. We also have an access in border context with the protection of isolated peoples that find themselves in the Colombian Amazon. There is a specific chapter for the Amazon that is very much based on the previous topic. It has to do with the Amazon territory as a whole and nature conservation. Regarding the other 13 lines of action, they find themselves in different parts of the country and need to recognize the language and we also have 15 programs and projects. Finally, since we're trying to stick to the allotted time, which was of 10 minutes, I would like to share the advances we've had in each of these lines. So in the protection line, we've carried out 5 circles or workshops on words and pilots on sensitization and dissemination of the plan for the native language decade. This is all done in an articulated fashion with the authorities in 13 departments and 16 of the 65 native languages. In the self-diagnose, we carried out 16 of these analyses. It's not that much in accordance with the plan, but the plan is a 10-year plan. And these self-diagnoses are participative processes that require work as part of a reflection process for 4 and 10 years. There's also 13 school workshops. This is also part of the ministry's program. And there's a special adaptation to work with other knowledge. So there is a transmission of the traditional craftsmanship. Work has been done between Peru and Colombia together with the ACITAM Association and the Fund for the Development of Indigenous Peoples of Iberoamerica, FILAC. We also articulated the immaterial cultural heritage representations, and we were able to include 68 original languages. Now, with respect to Creole, we planned how this chapter of Creole languages would be worked on, and basically Creole and Palenque, Palenque. And there was a meeting with the speakers of Creole languages in the Caribbean, and we're hoping to have more conversations in the future. This plan of the CENAL also agrees with the UNESCO plan. It is a priority for the ministry and for the government. And it is also what we are also very committed to the Ibero-American Language Institute. It's important to take that into account in this space. Thank you.
Bueno, agradecemos la completa presentación y bueno, el tiempo nos gustaría seguir.
We would like to thank you for your presentation. We would love to continue hearing all speakers. We thank you for your time and clarity from all three sister countries. And to conclude, and unfortunately we will not have time for Q&A, but just to conclude, there is a need for collaboration that is present with us, the need to share experiences with programs, public policies based on this decade, and how we can go from theory to practice and actions, and to have specific and concrete actions. We also see very important aspects, the indigenous people, participative processes, and this right to a better link and public services, not making decisions on their own, but opening dialogue for dialogue and with an actual exercise of human rights. From that perspective, there's also a meeting point, which is the legal framework. We were also talking about a constitution that would recognize the rights that we don't have at this point, and perhaps beginning a legislative process that would take a few years. And of course, from Chile, we await with great admiration and commitment. Thank you very much for your participation. We will stay in touch. Saltomay.
Muchas gracias, Adriana, Isel, Alberto y Daniela, por compartir.
Thank you very much to all for sharing your experiences. We would now like to invite you to a coffee break. We will have a pause and we'll meet again in 20 minutes before leaving. Please remember that there will be simultaneous interpreting in the next block as well.
La mesa dispuesta en el exterior de la sala. Gracias.
Ey, ey, sí, ah. Ya, ¿me escuchan allá en la cabina? Ya, perfecto. Estamos bien entonces. Ya, gracias. Eso era.
Ya estamos de vuelta en el Seminario Internacional Políticas Interculturales para el Plurilingüismo.
Thank you very much for coming back. We're going to begin with the next panel. But before that, we'd like to thank everyone for following us online. This is, as I mentioned, our last panel. We have the researcher and professor at the Institute of Plurilingualism in Freiburg, Switzerland, Mr. Francesco Scretti, Mr. Vincent Lorenzini from the General Delegation for French Language and Languages in France, Ministry of Culture, and Mr. Sun Xintang, researcher, translator of the University of Language and Beijing Culture in China. We also have Nicolas El Valle from the Ministry of Culture, Arts and Heritage, who will be moderating this session called Plurilingualism and the Promotion of Languages in the World, Switzerland, France, and China.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todos y todas. El día de hoy estamos terminando esta...
Thank you. We're beginning the last session for today in this international seminar on intercultural policies for plurilingualism. And we will be talking about the importance of plurilingualism and how languages open doors in the world. We've also detected some gaps that need to be bridged and other opportunities that must be seized. There are languages that are at risk, that are being threatened, that are the object of public policies, cultural policies, educational policies, and for to rescue these as a whole. In this last panel, we wanted to reflect on the experiences of other countries, which are not only part of a revitalization program, but also dissemination, so we can learn what path they took to get there and what they implement to disseminate these languages throughout the world. Today, we will have three representatives of these, basically the cases of Switzerland, France, and China. Today we have with us Vincent Lorenzini, who is belongs to the Ministry of Culture in France. He has also been part of the Delegation for International Affairs between 2004 and 2007, responsible for the mission of Western and Eastern Europe, and the Caucasus, and also part of the, as I said, in the International Affairs Department. And since 2019, he's been the head of the Languages of France delegation. In 2019, he also worked at the Foreign Affairs Ministry and also in the Embassy of France in Azerbaijan. I'd like to offer the floor to Vincent Lorenzini, and we will later hear from the next speakers. Thank you. You have the floor.
Buenos días. Me perdonen porque voy a hacer mi presentación.
I would like to apologize. I will make my presentation in French. I could do it in English, but it would be a little more difficult. But there is interpreting, so I thank the interpreters in advance for their assistance.
Français. Alors, merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your invitation. Thank you to the Ministry of Culture of Chile for the opportunity to come to Latin America and to discover Santiago. It's a beautiful opportunity to share with you about the linguistic situation in France. It's not very well known. I will later talk about the cause of this lack of knowledge. Here is a concept of the languages of France. I will offer you some definitions. In France, we talk about the languages of France. We don't talk about minority languages because the state does not recognize minorities. Recognizing minorities would imply conferring them rights, and all citizens of France have equal rights. So we do not confer special or specific rights to groups of people because they would then be minorities. We don't use that term in France. We will be taking a trip in time. In 1992, the European Council, an international organization based in Strasbourg, that had 47 member states until early this year. This year, Russia was excluded. The Council of Europe adopted a European Charter on Language and Minority Cultures. They invited the member states to sign and ratify this letter in order to promote linguistic diversity in Europe and to protect these languages that find themselves in a critical situation. France signed the European Charter of Regional Languages and Minority Languages in 1999 and had the intention of ratifying it. The problem was that the Constitutional Council deemed that ratifying this letter was against the second article of the French Constitution that said that the language of the French Republic is French. So France was not able to ratify. There was a lot of debate, and the Constitutional Council decided that France could not ratify that letter. Having said this, they didn't, but in signing it, it did accept and undertake certain commitments. There were 35 commitments out of 98. And France has complied with over 35, actually, because now there's 39. These commitments are on the teaching of languages and their place in the public realm, the language's place in social, cultural aspects, etc. So I mentioned the letter, and foreseeing the ratification of the letter, the Minister of Culture at the time, 1998, requested a specialist to make a list of the languages in France that could be considered in this letter that would be signed and ratified by France. This professor, with several specialists, made a list of the languages of France, and this list surprised many, because we found there were 75 regional languages. This was a huge surprise because for a long time there was a myth that France was monolingual. It never was, never has been. There has always been a very rich diversity in the French territory, and this list of languages in France was a first acknowledgement of this linguistic diversity, which had tried to hide the list. It was published in 1999 with the aim to ratify the letter that was not ratified, and again, it was a very impressive list with 75 French languages. This list later evolved, it changed, and we began to distinguish regional languages, the ones that were spoken historically in the Republic's territory, and other languages that were spoken once French was imposed and they became minorities. And to these regional languages, 6 non-territorial languages were added, and it was decided to include these 6 that I will mention that are spoken by French citizens, but that do not have a relationship with any specific region in our territory. They are the result of immigration, but have been spoken for generations by French citizens. Another difference is that these non-territorial languages included in the list of languages of France are not languages that have any specific status in the territories they come from. These territorial languages are Maghreb Arabic, as in Morocco or Algeria and Tunisia speak Arabic, and the different dialects of Arabic are not recognized in Northern Africa. And as in the case of many French citizens that come from these countries, these languages were included in these non-territorial languages. The second is Armenian, Western Armenian. A large community of Armenians live in France. They came after the 1915 genocide, and this language was transferred. It is spoken today is not the official language of the Armenian official language.
Il inclut plusieurs langues.
And the third one is Berber, which includes several different languages that are spoken in Algeria and Morocco, primarily. I also need to mention that Berber is recognized as official language in Algeria and Morocco. Therefore, it's no longer considered a non-territorial language. The fourth language is Jewish Spanish, which is, or Hebrew Spanish, which is a mixture of Hebrew, Yiddish, and Spanish. And then we have the Gypsy language as well, because there's a large Gypsy community in France. And the sixth language is Yiddish from Eastern or Central Europe. This is not recognized in any other country. So that's just a bit about the non-territorial languages, because that's what we're mostly concerned with today. And then the third category would be the French Sign Language. French Sign Language. And this is in keeping with a law that dates back to the 70s. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Here we have a map where you can see the linguistic distribution in the metropolitan region. There are two large groups, one in the north, what we call the oil languages, and the one in the south, Occitan languages. The oil languages, more traditional, such as French, the one I'm speaking, and on the Swiss side we have Occitan, which is a group of different languages, similar but different at the same time. And then there is a linguistic unit, one single linguistic unit. That's why we call them these the set of languages as the Occitan language. Then we have the French Provençal languages. When we see that term, we often think that it's a mix of Provençal and
French, but that's not true. This is a term coined by an Italian linguist in the 19th century, and this is not a mix of French and Provençal. Again, we have Catalan in the south, spoken primarily in Spanish, in Spain rather, and then Corsical language, and then Flemish, when other languages which are also spoke beyond our French border. And then we have the Basque language in the southwestern portion with no similarity to French, and that's also spoken in the southern western part of France and across the border. So this slide shows the wealth of languages currently spoken in France, and many of these are facing a vulnerable situation. These languages are not conveyed at home anymore, and if you want to learn these languages, you will have to go to a proper learning center, educational establishment, and cultural development as well. This could be some cultural centers. That's one avenue for learning these languages. We do not have any official statistics as to the number of people who speak these languages. We have estimates that are based on surveys conducted. For example, we may have 200,000 speakers of Basque, or 60,000, we're not sure. Or rather, 60,000 in France, 200,000 are in total, and Occitan, roughly 300 to 800,000 people speak Occitan, and the oil languages are not widely spoken at all, and mostly spoken by older individuals, seniors, and so that's a very delicate situation. The same applies to the other languages that you can see listed here. Here you have a map of the world. You can see the French territories across the globe. With the exception of St. Peter, French is spoken in these other areas, but there are other languages spoken as well. Let's refer to the Pacific region, New Caledonia, which is a French territory with the greatest linguistic variety. There's a small group of islands there as well, and there's 29 languages spoken down there. Then we have French Guyana, where 12 languages are spoken, 6 of which are Ibero-Indian languages. Creole, for example, is spoken there in St. Martin in Martinique, and Creole is also spoken elsewhere. And Chino Ore is spoken as well in that region. It's an African language, and Kimuchi is from the Polynesian language grouping. And that's related to, that's spoken in the Haitian region near Polynesian islands, near Rapa Nui. And then we have other Indonesian languages as well. In French Polynesia, 7 Polynesian languages are spoken. So the linguistic diversity in France is a reality. And this situation is primarily related to the various French territories abroad. So it's what I was saying earlier. We see that the situation in metropolitan France is different than it is abroad, where we have our territories. Where French is actually the second language spoken. And There are many citizens actually abroad in French territories do not speak French well, or they don't speak it at all, because it's not a language they need to use on a daily basis. French is the administrative language, the colonial language, but it's not used on a daily basis by many French citizens. And so these languages are threatened, they're endangered. Therefore, there are many concerns and questions related to the role of these languages and French as an administrative language. People who need to go to the doctors or receive support from the public agencies have issues and need to receive linguistic support. So we know that the situation abroad on the islands, French territory islands, is quite unique. We have a very bilingual population as well in continental France. All the people living in metropolitan France speak French, but that's not necessarily the case in the island territories abroad. So just some context for the legislation. I already referred to Article 2 of the Constitution, drafted in 1992, which states that French is the official language, and therefore all French citizens must know French. This is the language that the official language that's used at schools and for administrative, government processes, etc. Article 21 of the law, enacted in 1994, refers to the role of French, and it says the measures taken will guarantee the use of French in the legislation and elsewhere. And then we have Article 75 of a different law launched or enacted in 2005 that refers to the disabled that will be used. French is the language of the disabled. And then we have 2005 where that status is confirmed.
It was confirmed for sign language as well. In 2008, there was a new modification with the regional languages that form part of French heritage. So it recognizes the existence of these regional languages, but it's not an article that actually grants them any specific rights. It is an acknowledgement, more symbolic than anything. So the novelty that appeared a couple of years ago in 2021 was this heritage protection of regional languages and their promotion called the MOLAC law. And it is basically the first law that has been enacted on regional languages. There were several attempts to include the languages, but they weren't used. And until 2021, it's important to mention that it was voted on by senators and by the lower house against the government's will. There seems to be certain consensus around regional languages. We are not at the same level that we were in the 50s. There is consensus regarding the importance of protecting, promoting regional languages. Most French people are favorable to regional languages nowadays. So, of course, there's prejudice. There's people who believe that they are useless languages, that they do not fully express what you can express in French, for example, that they are languages that cause children to fail in school because children going to regional language schools would not be able to advance in their schooling, but it is merely prejudice because they could just as well be successful. In 2021, there was also an article regarding the teaching of regional languages and cultures, and they must, as I mentioned, be protected apart from being taught. The second important point of this law is education. These languages are registered and taught within the school hours. In the past, they were taught after school hours, after regular school, or in very restricted times, for example, during lunch. Therefore, some students were discouraged or didn't have enough time to learn these languages. So today, the legal framework stipulates that these languages should be taught within regular school hours. This concerns public services, and these public services should be carried out in public spaces, but with the original French textbooks. So if a school decides to translate their rules or any other text or signage or a map of a city, they can do it as long as French is on it as well. And if they only include the regional language, it would be illegal. So this is a practice that was very frequent in Britain, in Bretagne, and in the Basque Country, where some were trilingual. Many territorial groups did not wish to carry out these bilingual translations because they thought they went against the law and Article 2 of the law. But if the text is well presented in all these languages, which have a translation in French, it would not be a problem. I had prepared a few slides to show you specific examples. I have a couple of images that you can circulate on this image that was taken in the Basque Country, and it clearly shows that it has three languages, a form of Languedoc and Basque, as well as French, Gascon, which is an Occitan language. Here is a place also with a sign where Breton appears before French. Then I go back to the last legal aspect that deserves to be mentioned, which is the circular from December 14th, 2021 on the teaching of regional language and cultures. the ministry recognizes 24 languages, either in metropolitan France or in the foreign territories. There are other languages that have not been recognized by the ministry, but we've made a lot of progress. And when we see this communication and how it's applied compared to what we had some years ago, we see that there is progress. I will now switch slides to talk about what is the current situation, what the current dynamics are. First, we have the Ministry of National Education, of the Superior Council of Languages. This council is divided into 3 divisions, one for live languages, French, one for ancient languages or classic languages, which are Greek and Roman, and then one for regional languages. And this is aimed at reflecting on the teaching of languages and seeing how this teaching can be improved, not only by representatives of the Ministry of Education, but by others that practice and teach these languages. In 2022, in spring, the Prime Minister established the National Council of Regional Languages and Cultures, and the representatives of the authorities, regional authorities in the different territories, also offered support, as well as other authorities and groups that represent these languages. The minister works in 3 different areas:
ongoing education or ongoing training, digitalization, and everything related to the digital realm, and editing, and forgetting something. I'll think of it in a second. Communication, media, and editing. Let me talk a bit about the structure, the organization I represent, which is the General Delegation for the French language and French culture. This is under the Ministry of Culture, and what we do is we provide support for public agencies in charge of promoting regional languages nationwide. There's 4, one for Breton area, Catalan, Basque, and Occitan languages. These public offices, and then we have the Ministry of National Education, under which there is a board for these public agencies. And the General Department for French Language provides support for other agencies and school, educational establishments, for example, and abroad in our island territories in French Polynesia, elsewhere. And then these bodies also foster the use of various languages around, across France or elsewhere in the territories. For example, facilitating the use of Creole. And then we have the Souris Institute, which is also in charge of promoting language use in Eastern France. The DGLF also provides support for research, linguistic research in France. We have different think tanks, universities, centers, and if there sometimes they need support to hold activities related to the regional languages. We also pay a great deal of attention to digital projects because today, obviously, nothing is possible without some sort of digital support or digital version. In terms of equipment, we also provide support to digital support to these regional languages so they can reach a broader audience. Let's talk a bit about dictionaries or terminology, for example. It's quite easy to foster these texts and works through digital media. In the spring of 2022, the Ministry of Culture launched a portal related to the various languages spoken in France and throughout our territories, and provides a wealth of information on all the data available online. This portal was not launched in 2022, but it will be launched in April 2023. This body also coordinates with the regions in keeping with an agreement, an linguistic agreement. The state and regional bodies will reach an agreement as to a suite of measures taken to foster locally the languages spoken, not just the regional languages, but French as well. And they will take measures to counteract illiteracy. There is an agreement in place with the Hauts-de-France region, which is in northern France, as an example, but there are other agreements in place. It's also important to bear in mind what's going on in the French territory islands, for example. Last year, a meeting was organized by the multilingual states for a total of 200 participants from all of the French islands, and there was a broad discussion with regard to the role that languages should be playing in the island states, for example, all in order to give more weight to these languages, of course, without undermining the role of the French language, since that is the official language of the Republic. And this is all I have for you today. Well, I have more, but I will stop here. If you have any questions, I'm available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you, San, for your presentation. I think it was general enough to understand that there are different ways to go about public policy. It was also helpful to debunk some of the myths related to monolingualism. Your presentation has also referred to aspects that will provide us with an excellent segue for the next presentation. We will hear from Francesco, who comes from Freiburg. He has a PhD from the Institute of Plurilingualism in Freiburg, Francesco Scritti. He has a wealth of experience as a researcher. He has also given courses in Italian, in other languages as well. Without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Francesco Scritti, who is joining us remotely. Go ahead, Francesco.
¿Qué tal? Buenas tardes. No sé si me oís.
Buenas tardes, Francesco. Te escuchamos perfectamente.
Perfecto.
Adelante.
Muy bien. Muchas gracias por invitarme. Yo voy a intentar...
Thank you. I will try to stick to the 10 minutes allotted to each speaker.
Entonces, voy a rápidamente compartir con vosotros.
Let me quickly share with you my screen. Hopefully you can see it well. Let me know if you can see it in a second.
Te estamos viendo, pero todavía no en lámina.
Sí. Hay un segundo. ¿Funciona ahora? ¿Lo veis en pantalla completa? ¿Lo veis correctamente?
Perfectamente.
Vale. Entonces, pues nada,
Okay.
yo no voy a... Lo que voy a hacer no voy a dar un cuadro general
I'm not going to provide a great deal of overall information of what the status quo is in Switzerland. You can glean that information from Wikipedia. That's not the purpose of my presentation. My goal is to provide you with a glimpse of what's going on in Switzerland, and then I will throw out some questions for you, some food for thought, and then I will highlight some aspects that, in my opinion, are critical. I work in analyzing linguistic policy and other aspects. And if we can't talk about language without talking about policy or politics, because that's only telling half the story. So just let me begin. You can see the map of Switzerland here. Switzerland is a very small country, 8.5 million inhabitants, located right smack dab in the heart of Europe, the Alps, surrounded by Alps, and we are also bordered by France, Germany, and Italy, three very large, powerful countries. And you can see that our linguistic breakdown is in keeping with that. 62% speak German, 23% speak Spanish, 8% speak Italian, and then we have Romanchi, which is the fourth language spoken, which comes from Latin. As you can see, the situation is quite imbalanced, favoring German, and the four languages are officially recognized under law. Now allow me to refer to these two concepts of nation and power. When we talk about language, often we refer to how one speaks a language, who speaks a language, when it's spoken, what type of individuals speak a language, the relationship between the various languages, what language is spoken where and what country, etc. And when we list off data and statistics, we often forget that the linguistic situation of a country is the result of historical, political processes, military, war processes, domination, violence, etc. Colonialism, oppression, so on and so forth. So when we speak about language, we talk about, we have to refer to the power plays, the power imbalances and balances, and what have you. Now, as far as Switzerland is concerned, I would like to talk a bit about how Switzerland as a country emerged, because political nationalism or French centralism is not the same as the way in which the Swiss state was created, and the relationship between the state and languages. You have nationalism as a political doctrine and that relationship there, and the monolingualism as well. France traditionally has been a very centralized country, and I mentioned France because there was just a presentation on France, for example. And so because France has this central approach, it's obvious that it's a monolingual country, despite the fact that the reality is plurilingual. And then when states decide to organize their territory, they come across the need to use a single language. But the situation in Switzerland is very different. You can see the 26 flags of the 26 cantons in Switzerland. Switzerland's a very small country, but despite that, it is the result, it has it's the fusion of 26 different flags and cantons and territories. Now, it's a confederation of states, and it was the result of an agreement by the various cantons. It was not the result of any specific state imposing its will or a military conquest of the country by another, but rather this was a result of an agreement reached by the various 26 cantons. And as a result, we have a plurilingual, pluralistic approach to language.
So this can be seen in the fact that in 1848, the Swiss Constitution recognized the three German, French, and Italian languages. The fourth came later, and they were official languages of the country in 1848. This graph shows how in the three different constitutions, there have been three. In the three constitutions, you see an increase of the number of articles that have to do with languages. And this has, from my point of view, there's a reason for it, which has to do with the change of paradigm that was mentioned with the previous speaker, by the previous speaker. So there were things that were considered as damaging. Plurilingualism was seen as harmful for national unity, and it was considered harmful for the development of individuals. So it was a problem. We needed to be monolingual, to learn the language, to go to school, to find a good job, etc. However, there's been a change of paradigm since the 70s, and this change has come about in society, and it has shown that plurilingualism at an individual level and a social level was not that bad. On the contrary, plurilingualism, or people who spoke many languages, were not dumb. They could actually learn more languages, they could learn other grammars, and they could work in different contexts and different work situations and be in contact with different cultures and so on. But this plurilingualism, apart from being, or far from being a problem, can be considered an asset nowadays. So what the Swiss Confederation does, it constantly stresses that plurilingualism is one of the country's riches. So I'd like to share another image that can share how the level of language policies that exist, such as the implementation of linguistic ideas and how Switzerland works. It is said that Switzerland is a very small country, but despite the fact that it is small, it has 26 cantons, and what you see, all the different borders that you see in this image are not cantons, they are what the Swiss call the communes. In Spanish, it would be town halls or municipalities in Chile. So they are the cities. What you see here are all of the cities in Switzerland. And as I said, in Switzerland, there is a principle of territoriality. So each city sets the language that should be spoken in accordance with the laws of the cantons that in many cases are bilingual. In Freiburg, for example, it's bilingual, in Bern it's bilingual, and the canton of Frisson and Italian, German, but each town hall, each city decides. I would like to conclude this presentation with Ernest Renan, a Frenchman that will probably resonate with my colleague from France. And I'm quoting work from 1882, What is a Nation? He says, when he speaks of nations, he separates Switzerland because, as he says already in 1882, Switzerland is a very different case where there are religious differences, language differences, ethnic differences, and yet it is a nation. Despite these differences, it is a nation. And Renard says Switzerland is a nation because it wants to be a nation. It's a Bildungsnation in German. It wants to be. And the citizens are united despite diversity. And the European Union may say it as well a century later. Because citizens have the will to be a nation, they're interested in it. And that's why it's important to mention this. A nation is a daily referendum. I have concluded. 11 and a half minutes. Thank you, Francesco. We are closing the panel. We have one last guest. Mr. Sun Xintang. Professor Xintang is a professor and director of the Latin American Center for Studies in Language and Culture in Beijing. He is also a professor at in Argentina. He has also participated in Chile and Mexico. He has a master's in translation, has a linguistic PhD from the University of Shanghai, and
Profesor Sun Xintang, la palabra es suya.
Professor, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for the invitation. For me, it is a huge pleasure to be here with you to talk about plurilingualism in China.
Voy a compartir la pantalla. Entonces,
I'm going to share a screen.
Creo que ya está compartida, ¿no? Bueno, un placer de
So it is a pleasure to be the last one to speak.
Entonces, bueno, para mí también un gran gusto de estar
it's a pleasure to find myself in Chile, at least virtually, because I had been production must be working to solve this technical issue.
¿Tenemos alguna señal de producción?
One last attempt. He's reconnecting. We will wait one more second, and if not, we will just move on to Q&A. In the meantime, we are waiting for our colleague to connect. One last attempt. Very well. In the interest of time, we know that many of you have a tight agenda. We have two of the speakers with us, so perhaps it is worth moving on with the seminar, and we will later have the possibility to the closing cocktail in order to also have the opportunity to exchange contacts and to continue to reflect on plurilingualism. Can someone from the production help me in case there is a question for Francesco Scredi, who is still online, and at the same time we have Professor Lorenzini. If there's any questions, we can collect them and ask questions with the microphones and see whether we can finally connect Professor Shinta.
Dudas, preguntas, comentarios. Vamos a comenzar con una pregunta gatilladora. Yo tendría dos preguntas, ¿no? La primera pregunta.
Okay, so the first question for our last speaker, Francesco.
No hay ningún problema. Francesco, una pregunta concreta.
Very specific question. You made a general reflection.
No creo que te oiga. No sé si te oye. No creo.
Shintang, I don't think they can hear you. It would seem like they are in another conversation. I can hear you and I can see you. Not sure about the others. No. Professor, we can hear you. Well, maybe you can also reconnect with us. I was very interested in the presentation. Thank you. Oh, it's a big round of applause so we can begin with the last presentation. It's very unfortunate. That's the problem with video conferencing. There's always something. I'm always surprised when it actually does work. All right, so with a little patience and time, they should be able to fix it. Do you have the organizers' WhatsApp? I do. Oh, they can hear you. Yes, and we can see you. Can I share screen?
Si es posible.
Bueno. ¿Puedo hablar o me escuchan?
Sí, perfecto, perfecto.
Okay, so can you hear me now? Yes, we can.
Hola.
Hello.
Disculpen. Bueno,
Apologies.
tuve un problema de la computadora.
I had a problem with my computer, but it seems to have been solved.
Estoy listo.
I'm ready.
Dispuesto a.
And willing.
Bueno, dispuesto a ofrecer mi sesión.
So I'm ready to begin anytime.
Sí, sería muy bueno si de producción le escriben en el chat y si no, de lo contrario, Francesco nos va a facilitar la
Shintan,
conexión.
te oímos, te oyen. Puedes, adelante. Sí.
Sí, muy bien.
Go ahead. We can hear you and see you and have been waiting for you to start.
Entonces voy a ser muy breve para no
Thank you.
tanto tiempo. Disculpe por
I will be brief. I apologize for losing the connection.
Permítanme primero hacer una breve presentación sobre el panorama lingüístico
Let
de
me
mi
talk a
país.
bit about the
La población indígena ya
language
saben
situation in my
ustedes.
country.
El país tiene una unidad, pero también diversidad.
We have unity and diversity.
Idioma, porque en el país se hablan
Linguistic unity and diversity. We speak a total of 181 languages. 30 of these are written languages. But you know that Mandarin Chinese is our national common language, simplified version. So we have 56 different ethnic groups, officially recognized ethnic groups in China. And the Han ethnic group represents 91.11% of the population. This ethnic group speaks Chinese, and Mandarin Chinese is the official language, but there are many different dialects. Officially, 7 dialects of Chinese are recognized. There are different subgroups of dialects as well, and I'm not going to delve into those details. So the 55 ethnic minorities constitute 8.89% of the population and speak many different languages. 80 different languages. And there are 53 languages spoken by the 55 ethnic minorities. Here you can see a map, linguistic map of China. Yellow refers to Mandarin. The Han ethnic group's language, and the other languages spoken around the country are represented in the different colors. And here you have a map of the ethnic languages spoken by the ethnic minorities rather. Most of these languages are spoken along border regions. For example, On the Korean-Chinese border, we have some people who speak Korean, and then on the border with Tibet, the same, and then Turkish languages as well. Now, linguistic policies in China have evolved and been quite different over the years. China is so different as well in terms of how the languages have evolved. Chinese as a language was significantly reformed halfway through the last century, and there were several attempts to modernize the language, but these did not come to fruition because of the Civil War, Japanese invasion. So in 1949, there was an actual linguistic reform of Chinese, and the linguistic policies were formalized. I will refer to that just briefly. There were three key reforms under three key subsets of this larger reform. The first reform was a written reform. The written language was simplified. And so what we have today is not the same as what was in existence years ago. So the written and spoken language was reformed. The language was Latinized quite successfully during the Mao period. And we saw that the pinyin system was developed, and that's a phonetic description of the characters using a Latin-based alphabet. Pinyin alphabet was published, and that was standardized throughout the country. And this was helpful for foreigners to learn the language, because if you have a foreigner trying to learn Chinese, the first thing the foreigner will do is learn the pinyin system. And we have so many different ethnic groups in China, as I mentioned, and so back then there was a great deal of research into the ethnic languages, and these were identified, and then there was optimization and creation of ethnic written language. Many of the the languages spoken by the ethnic minorities were not written prior to the reform. So during the new China period, there were efforts to institutionalize, I guess one could say, or come up with a written language of the languages spoken by the ethnic minorities. The State Council Language Commission was formed during this standardization period from 1985 to 2000, and a few laws were passed to address the commonly spoken and written language of the People's Republic of China. And other regulations were also passed, and all of this brought about the modernization and updating of the Chinese language, and not just Mandarin Chinese, but other languages spoken by other ethnic groups. And then there was the third period of this language policy. This took place starting in 2000 to 2012. This was what we call the linguistic harmonization period, or linguistic harmony. When China joined the WTO, we saw that there was a significant influx of English in the country, and so there was a campaign to teach the population how to speak English. So there was an effort to bring about a harmonized situation and a balance between the ethnic minority languages, Mandarin and English.
y caracteres de todos los grupos étnicos. Bueno, en esta época también el español,
Spanish also took on
del aprendizaje de los
impetus,
chinos
and the
desde el
Chinese
colegio,
started to learn Spanish in
junto con
school
otros.
as well
Bueno,
as
estos
other languages.
6 idiomas hoy en día
In
son
fact,
los
6
que
foreign
entraron
languages
en el sistema
were
educativo
added
de
to
los
the
chinos,
Chinese
desde el
educational
colegio.
system.
O sea, un chino puede elegir
So
cualquier de estos idiomas
the
para,
Chinese can choose among
bueno, para estudiar,
these 6
para luego
languages to
ingresar a la
study
universidad, certificación para ingresar a la universidad. Bueno, entonces la cuarta
at the
etapa es la
primary,
China
secondary, and
empieza a
higher education level.
formular la estrategia lingüística.
So the country started
Entonces,
defining its
planificación, no
linguistic
solo política,
strategy.
sino que el
This
país,
is at the planning and
tiene una
policy
planificación
level.
a largo plazo del
Long-term
desarrollo
planning, for
social y
example,
también de la,
for
de la
language
protección
development and linguistic
de los
protection.
recursos lingüísticos, digamos. En esta, a partir de 2012, entonces, en China se formó este panorama.
This linguistic strategy was launched in 2012,
Porque hoy en día
and
bueno, la mayoría de la población habla
most of the population speaks Mandarin, but there is a wealth of linguistic diversity as well,
los idiomas de los grupos étnicos. Entonces,
as mentioned earlier.
el Estado también destaca
The
los
state
servicios
also
lingüísticos, es decir, entonces fomentar
gave greater publicity to
en la
various
educación,
language services,
en la sociedad y también en el intercambio
fostering
bueno, cultural
cultural
con el extranjero,
exchanges abroad,
también, bueno, el bilingüe en las zonas
and
como
bilingualism
zonas de concentración
in
de
areas
alguna etnia,
where
etcétera. Bueno,
there was a significant presence of different
entonces,
ethnic
China,
groups.
con-
So
tiene desde, bueno, desde la
China,
era de Mao, entonces,
since
esta,
the Mao period,
lingüística,
has been a plurilingual country.
posición del país y también
The position of the country and the different laws establish that written and spoken languages guarantee equality, so they prohibit discrimination. And of course, learning languages amongst themselves, amongst the different ethnic groups, is also encouraged. For example, the Han and other minorities. Nowadays, there's also several, and the state has developed many projects when mentioning production of the different languages and ethnic groups from China. For example, there is a project that has completed the first phase. So last year, the second phase was focused on dialects and ethnic dialects, especially protection. There are some languages that are spoken by minority ethnic groups. And in China, it's called Evenki. They live in the north of China, and the border with Russia. So nowadays, it is a new group, but the young generations no longer wish to be in rural areas. They migrate to the cities. So there are few inhabitants, and therefore in these areas, and therefore the languages are at risk. The idea is to protect and to help build databases and corpus to protect these languages. And based or from the beginning of the 20th century, Chinese language learning has been promoted in the world. There are over 100 million people abroad that are learning Mandarin. So the idea of promoting the learning or teaching of Mandarin Chinese abroad was one of the main goals. And this university accepts foreigners. Nowadays, it is a more comprehensive university. It has many disciplines, and it is one of the Chinese universities with the greatest number of foreign students. China is the second or sixth country with that is a destination for international students.
El Instituto Confucio. Hoy en día hay 46 en América Latina y el Caribe. Y también aulas Confucio para fomentar el aprendizaje, la enseñanza.
Was also the creation of the Confucius Institutes. There are 46 in Latin America and the Caribbean. This was created between local Chinese university to it's an NGO or academic, actually. It's an academic institution, and on the other hand, in several countries, as in Chile, these cultural centers belong to the Chinese embassies because they are governmental. So in these centers, Chinese is also taught. And the Ministry of Education in China has developed and optimized the certification of Chinese language exams, and there are many registrants for these exams. And of course, in foreign institutes, if a university wishes to, say a Chilean university wishes to develop careers, university careers related with Chinese, the Chinese universities or the Ministry of Education will offer courses to support these programs.
Como se dice, son las políticas para fomentar el chino en el mundo.
The idea is to promote Chinese language around the world. So with these policies, especially in the beginning with the reform, in China, illiteracy was significantly reduced because in 1940, a good part of the population was illiterate. Now it's only 6%. He corrects himself, 3%. 3.5% of the population is illiterate. And with these policies, these linguistic barriers were solved between the different ethnic groups. And of course, there was a considerable increase of bilingual people in the country that speak Chinese, Mandarin Chinese. For example, in the autonomous regions of one ethnicity or another, of one ethnic group or another. And the protection of linguistic resources in the country needs to be stressed, especially in more recent years where the company has invested a lot And finally, as you know, Chinese is becoming very international. So with this, I believe I have concluded my presentation. I hope I was informative. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to all our speakers, to Professor Sun Jin Tan for participating, also to Francisco Schetti, who is remote. Thank you for your time, and to Vincent Lorenzini, who participated in today's panel on intercultural policies for plurilingualism. In the interest of time, we will now close this seminar. We will have a cocktail in order to address any questions you may have, and I'd like to mention that this seminar will have a report on the experiences lived so that you can access that and have a detailed summary of what was presented these 2 days. Carla, you have the floor.
Hemos llegado al final de este seminario a nombre de la UNESCO, de la ONU.
We have reached the end of the seminar on intercultural policies for plurilingualism and comparative perspective. We would like to thank UNESCO, Mineduc, and the Cultural Center. And with this seminar, we are initiating the decade of indigenous languages. We would like to invite you to a cocktail at level -3. Good afternoon, and thank you.